to some of yours uh, emails and whatnot. I'm having issues with my feed, not on top of just personal stuff. My daughter's about ready to have a. Is it on? Just double check for me, please. Anyway, so I'm just kind of going through a few things, but still, praise the good Lord. And I just kind of want to, right off the top, I want to thank Millie for what you're doing out there in DC. Praise the Lord. And Sweetie, uh, Eve, thanks, son. And I did check that out. I that wasn't really my sound. That's why I didn't share. But I did scroll through real quick to see if you were in there. I didn't see you. I apologize if you were. Otherwise, I would have shared it. It's just not my cup of tea. But bless your heart. And then before I forget, Casey brought up Brandy, the advocate that was um, she was an anti-vax advocate that was that's tragically no longer with us and had left behind a beloved 9-year-old son. And so, ever since he said that, along with a bunch of other prayer requests that I try so hard to keep up on. I just want people to pray for Brandy and understand the work that she was trying to accomplish through the message that she tragically, more than likely, lost her life for, so that we could have some a little more wisdom um, to help us along in our endeavors, wading through this cesspool of just sludge, just slug slime. So, of course, let's pray for her. And so, yeah, I also wanted to. I'm going over some notes from yesterday, but I'd like to add, along with some of the personal things that are going on. Uh, Internet things, just stuff that I'm starting to learn more and more about. And again, I apologize. I should know more about technology if I'm gonna, excuse me, if I'm gonna be uh, doing videos and stuff like that. It's a process. And so for me, doing something repetitiously enough, I it's easy for me to do. So it's been a blessing that my son has been here to help me along with that. Just it's been a blessing because he's got me the camera and so I just my hat uh, and my hat goes off to and out to him. So but yeah, oh, and about Facebook too. Once in a while I'll get time because I've got a lot going on top of just so much going on. I'm trying to get things, just some legal stuff taken care of, some fine. I'm just trying to get things rolling as the Lord would have it. And so when you see me post stuff on Facebook and things with a video that's still up from way earlier, it's just that I'm able to get away, come in real quick, get a scripture verse, and then I'll like what I've read, many times, but then add something that I might get out of it, that it's alive and living, and then if I am led to share it, I'll take a picture. So just to let you know, I'm not just I don't just sit here. It's not like that. Um, there's always something to do here. Uh, but praise the good Lord, because I am extremely blessed to be alive and have the opportunity to not only serve other people, but learn some valuable lessons along the way, so I can be a good steward of what we've been given dominion over. So And you know, and also I want to thank John Hall this morning. And again, I've got to be careful about starting to think because people, I will literally, I'll have to start, because I love all of you so much, even people that I don't necessarily agree with 100% or get along with, or that I love. I just, you know, I'm going to thank you anyway. You know, I'm going to, you know, I think Hex is or Sticks is a Hex. Poor Sticks, Hex, and Hammer. Old Sticks is a good example. God, I love that dude, man. So sharp, so sharp. You know, along with a bunch of you. But anyway, I just want to thank John Hall and and Chief. You know, you're just, it's just little things, simple things like that that just bring tears to my eyes, because I know that there's this spiritual washing when you're sharing, and it doesn't seem like many people might not be uh, viewing at that point, but what people are viewing are articulating through prayer and praise, dance and song and honor and glory to our King. And oh, he's getting it. Oh, he's getting a nice noseful, and it doesn't stink to him. It's a beautiful thing. And when I said the potency of our prayers have far exceeded our forefathers, you believe that. You should be proud of that, people. You know that? I'm going to have to say something. Let me just say that how proud I am. Good Lord, amen. I just want to say amen. It's like amen, Rima. Is Rima word, amen. I'm just going to go ahead and put that up there. We're going to come to that agreement. You know, I was able to, my dog, I'm glad to share it. He's really sick. He's not, he's like, Daddy, he's waiting for me to go. He's not going. He knows, you know, he wants to take care of his papa. And so my butter boy, he's, you know, here, let me turn this light on so I can have you guys get a little bit better. But he's not wanting to go, and he's not doing so well. You know, he's just deteriorating, really. And I don't want to get too graphic, but you know, I with all this stuff going on, you know, it's hard to. I'm not leaving him anywhere. They want me to just leave him, and then they put it. I'm not doing that. I want it how it was before, or else I'll have to go and put him down myself. Which, you know, I would if it was that bad. But I mean, you know, to me, it hasn't really warranted that yet. And maybe it's gotten to that point to other people, and I should recognize that, but it hasn't. So anyway, I'm going through some of that too, and so being the person that I am becoming, you know, I don't do odors or anything like that, and I'm not a mommy dearest clean freak, but I am definitely cleanly, absolutely. Um, and that you might hear in the background, that's my grandson being not being spared the rod. Thank you, Cecilia. Praise the good Lord. But so I, you know, I'm going through a few things, but I want to say that I finally was able. Praise the good Lord, Calgon, take me away. I was able to hop in the tub, and it wasn't even, I think, an hour ago. I was able to get in there, and you know, there's a few different work schedules in here. And like I said, those TVs are on, and they're all nothing that I would be watching. Just like some things, music I don't necessarily. It's just not my deal. It doesn't mean I don't love you. It just means, you know, it doesn't don't mean I don't love them. But that dang, they were right, man. They're doing some. So it's a challenge. But I'm able to get, you know, trying to get you to kind of fill in the blanks without, you know, I'm not trying to slander, judge anybody, man, but this stuff is really going on. I have to deal with this too. stuff that is preparing me for what my the entirety of my role is, which I just got confirmed more confirmation today that so I'm in the tub, but I'm not going to say it. The Lord says you're not going to have to, but I was in the tub just not even an hour ago and or so, a little longer probably, because those of you that are always writing stuff down. Like I said, man, I'm like, okay, you win. Years ago, I'd still be there. There it goes. It's finally zoomed in. I'd still be writing stuff down. You win, Lord. Oh, you convinced me. A lot of you are still writing stuff down, but it's all right. So I'm in the tub. That's why I said some of you are gonna. So it might have been a little over an hour ago because you're gonna be a stickler for time and don't trip when I post stuff that's not even right, because they love to manipulate stuff themselves. And I can't be right on it either. I got all this stuff going on at the same time, staying in prayer, staying in character, in word, and in honor, glory, and service. Trying to juggle these. So in the tub, I'm thinking of what me and Casey were kind of discussing in this beautiful spiritual way. And again, I don't always necessarily agree 100% with everything that I'm posting for. I don't have to agree 100% to post. I'm just led to do what the Lord is leading me to do. Kind of like the old Jonah, Chief. The old Jonah. I'm learning my lesson well and doing it well. So I'm laying there. I'm thinking what me and Casey were discussing and about Wilson, and it's dawning on me had dawned on me about the eye of the Leviathan whale. Still not, it doesn't even matter. Rolling up and seeing old Hank on that raft. No human is an island, huh? Of misfit toys. And that that beautiful, or it just depends on, I guess, looks at him, just goes about its way gracefully, or maybe not so. It just depends on how you're receiving it. Old Jonah! And, he throws old Wilson. He kicks him to the curb, sucker. He kicks old Wilson to the curb, fool. Now, this happens to me all day, every day, but I'm led to share this one with you. And some of you are going, oh, Roy, you should see the list of stuff I got. Oh, Bubba, you wait. I'm excited. I'm excited for us. My grandson walks in right as I'm thinking of, oh yeah, Hanks, he's throwing, oh Wilson, he's swimming out. Wilson, oh Wilson, Wilson Phillips. Gonna make this place your home. It'll all be clear. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. So he throws Wilson out into the ocean. Wilson. And realizes, Wilson, you're all I got. Wilson, I have literally counted on you. I mean, you can just fill in the blanks. You could come up with a bunch of stuff if you want. I stopped doing that years. Because I got other things to do. for all of you, so that we can become one for him. Heard what the chief said. Kingdom come, thine will be done. You know, that L is also, you can turn it around like this. Tip to be square. Right here. So, throws old Wilson out. And my grandson, you see, because I don't shut the doors. Now, some of you might think, oh God, did you could like this or not. I'm not concerned whether you like this or not. You see, when I raised my children, I no babysitters raised, and I'm not, no pun intended. Some people are out on that road, and I know, the road is no place to start a family. Unless, of course, you seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and all its glory, and everything else shall be added. Yeah. That little boy walked in there, because I don't lock the doors. I don't try to hide anything. Who told you you were naked? We used to bathe with my children. We used to play. Innocent children. And I'm not interested in what you people think. I've got pictures that would get me blocked and labeled a pedophile. But I'm not interested in what you think in this department. My daughter was my prayer warrior for many years once I started to receive bits and pieces of the truth and who I and we are becoming. And I know she still prays, and I know, but things get complicated, but I'm not going to get to that part of the chapter in our story yet. My point is, as he walks in, the second I'm thinking about Wilson. Now, does it surprise me? This time it did. Now I've got just an eternity of time to tell you about, like I said, Einstein, his little pea brain mind. He couldn't even, it'd be like a BB rolling down the blade of a razor. His little mind, he couldn't even equate all the coincidences within just a few days, and the intensity and frequency is increasing. I stopped. My head would have spontaneously combusted if I was to sit and try to. Long time ago, when it came to my Lord, I threw in the towel. I knew when to throw in the towel when it comes to certain stuff, and some stuff I go, come on, let's go, Papa, let's wrestle. He's like, all right, son. All right, if you can find this many. If you can find this many, son, okay. So he comes in and he's wearing, and I think it was on backwards. I don't watch sports. That's his dad's deal. They're young. They're real young. My daughter just turned 23. Yeah, well, maybe 24. Born uh, 11 3 11 3 97. Yeah. So I better know. At least I know than my son 2293. Oh yeah, it's going to be Groundhog Day for you fools. But I don't want to get off track. It's hard to stop the train. So he comes in with that Russell Wilson football shirt on. Of course, I didn't dress him in that. I don't. I barely even wear Nike stuff. I wear certain stuff like that just to mock or to whatever. I do certain things but I don't. I usually don't wear no labels. Once in a while, you just because you got a bunch of, I don't go buy new. I go to the. I don't. I just don't. I'm not worried about really so much what I look like. I probably, maybe I should more, but I'll get to that if that's the case or not. So he comes in and he's got that Russell Wilson, that that old Wilson, of course, number 3. Well, we can write books on 37, 10, 12, can't we? We can just write all kinds of stories on and see, they're not writing stories about all this stuff going on. I'm gonna tell you, they're writing stories about people that step out in faith. Their hearts are in the right spot. You don't want to mock the Creator, and you definitely don't want to make him jealous. I know sometimes things appear a certain way, like on Facebook and stuff, when certain individuals friend certain individuals, like within a just real short amount of time, completely not even my type. But remember, intent and motive is key. And I would be a fool to mess with Master Timekeeper. Why would I want to time travel? You see, that's what people are, oh, time travel. No, 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 no. No, silly, silly, silly fools. And then for beloved, no offense, I'm not saying you're fools. Why would I want to try? Why would we time travel when we are time? Why would I want to buy Mother Earth when she's mine? I've already paid for her. She's mine. It was mine from the beginning. Why? They're not time traveling. They've got information they've gotten from the fallen angels, the fallen stars, the ones you guys gaze upon, the ones you dance under. Don't make me jealous. Whatever happens, happens. I'll get over it. But if your intent is to make me jealous, and I don't think it is, especially after everything you've already experienced and everything you've done and said, I don't think you'd want to do that. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm learning as I go. Our Creator, He's got a few things for me to learn so that I can be more effective. Yeshua, he didn't become the most degenerate that he walked amongst, that he turned into his followers. But he sure sat with them. And they came as they were, and they left and followed him. Completely different individuals than when they first arrived. But they heard something and they seen something that intrigued them. And at the same time, they're trying to trip him up. He's casting out demons. He's healing people. Oh, we're doing all that, baby. We're doing all that. See, that's why they don't want me to get my hands on people. They don't want you to get your hands on. See, there's a lot of you that you have through the anointing of the Holy Spirit, you have the gift and the sanctification to heal people. And some of you aren't even aware of it yet. You're going to be aware of it. And some of you aren't aware of it, and you're going to forfeit your talent. You're going to bury it. And guess what's going to happen? You might want to read what happened to the silly, silly fool. Well, he said, well, I knew you were a... Look, man, there's an increase. Do you see now? why there's certain things he decides. He decides to know what he decides to. Everything's being written down. Everything's going in the book of recordings. You can slice it, dice it. You can Ron Popeil it all you want. It doesn't even really matter. You can sit and try to be logistic and theologian and all biblical. You can scholarize it all you want, but it's not what you think, people. Our heavenly creator he's more interested in the simplicity of our dedication, our worship, and our faith, our childlike faith, to do and not do, say and not say, to act a certain way. See, if I say I believe something, you know what? You're going to know it, because my actions are going to line up with what it is I claim I believe. And that's the problem, it seems, these days. But in a way, it's not. It's the solution, because, see, now everything done in darkness is being brought to light. You see, as it's trying to reverse and retard the heavenly creation's times and laws to keep its own demise, because it wanted its cake, eat it too, and uh, completely just defile God and all that Lucifer was adorned with. What a fool! Just as we did. Something had to die. He was right. Something had to die. And something has to die today in us. Just like in 1 Corinthians. Something has to die daily. You can't succumb because you want, well, I was just going to. See, a lot of people, they want the big this and they want the small that and the tiny this. And, people are perverse and like I said, you love one woman, you've loved them all. You've loved all women, you've loved them none. And a dog is a dog. Is a dog returning to its vomit? You know, right when I said that, Denise Stenson, DS, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't regret that, because I know what the Lord was using her to try to accomplish in me. But the enemy was hard at work trying to keep this conversation from happening. But I knew when she said, they're trying to sleep with me. And I said, I know, baby, and don't do it. She said, oh, I'm not. She had already been through all that. Because I like big butts and I do, huh? And I do what? Because you cannot what? Lie. And I do what? I do what? 23, and she already come to that conclusion. How would that happen? Tawana, 18 years old, crying. How would that happen? I'll tell you how. Dogs. Dogs. So pardon me if I don't like what it's lapping, but I'm just not down with the sickness. There was a time when there was some well thought artistic endeavor and time taken into music, if that's what you want to call that now. But now it's just pushed, prop up puke and poop, and it's just a shit show. mess of malarkey. It's just, it stinks. It stinks. And I say that from an absolute, plumb true, contrite heart with absolute love and conviction. I'm not paying taxes for something I already own. You're not going to tax me. No, it's, now you're washing our windows, you see. Squeak, squeak. Talk about hemispherical firing. Oh, man. Got a buddy. He's always he wanted a CUDA. Gotta have a CUDA, 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 CUDA. Gotta get that CUDA, 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 CUDA. Yeah. Well, green machine. I'll get a CUDA. Give me a little little hemispherical. They're watching our windows. They ain't punching that. They're not. No, remember we said old glass houses, old moose and mouse. It's amazing, Stephen. And yes, I used to use big mouths too because I couldn't use anything else, and I given a little standard issue. I've had to use the. I didn't know they made anything any different. My son said, "Dad, they do," and I went, "Well, I didn't know that." So, and he knew I. Who's your favorite little rascal? Alfalfa or Spanky? Sinner. Well, hey, you know, if you and your wife are connecting or whatever, hey, who am I? But I won't advocate that. It's just a little kind of secret squirrel thing because I do remember, I believe it was Moses or something, something about spilling. And I don't know. I don't know the chronological order of the Bible. I don't know the genealogy of the Bible, but it's in my hat. It's written right here. It's written on the tablet of my hat. So no, I'm not doing that. She already knew. 23. Already knew. And it's okay if you haven't. I'm just saying. Sometimes we can really learn from someone else's testimony and illustration. It's easy to detect a counterfeit when you're around the real thing, but you can get bamboozled if you are, even if it, just like he said, you got to be really careful. They sent me away with that same false message, and I wanted to change. I really did. I didn't know how. I wanted to change. I didn't know how. The Lord knew my heart, so he sent me in places to introduce me to people so that I could see how things operated in these religious, well, cults, really. Blaspheming houses of horror, really. These triumphant, tripe, treasonous, uh, just apostate. It's sad. And again, I'm not, because hey, I can't judge the foundation of your heart unless I haven't got the memo yet. But the note that I've been authoritative over, through, and by, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, is, was, and will be. And this isn't fuzzy wuzzy. Was he? Like a bear with her cubs in train. Huh? Who? Who knows? Do you know? Up there, down here, do you know? Job 38. Do you even know? Gird yourself up. Answer me like a human. Answer me. I'm going to ask you some questions now. Who told you you were naked? Who told you? As my ex comes in, she snaps pictures. I got my daughter's soap all over her face. And we're playing, because I love tubs, and I have big cloth tubs. You know, you always let someone else take the first bath and then bleach it out real quick while it's still warm, and then fill it up, and then it stays hot for a long time. It's kind of preheats. A little trick, little cheap trick. The flame, the light, the heat I see in your eyes. Wilson, are you paying attention? See, people are afraid of things they don't understand. But truth, logic, and common sense is presiding. You don't have to have all the answers. All you have to do is have a little bit of faith. Huh? Just have a little bit of faith. And if you have faith, huh? You show me your faith without works, and I'll show you my faith by my works, through my works, for my works. He created us in his own image. For what? His honor, glory, and praise forever. You jump on, jump in. When you got baptized, you came up in that water. You were saying to that congregation, I made a commitment. But when you rise in the morning, where's your treasure? Where's your treasure? Because there too, that's where we're going to find your heart. And do not think that you're hiding behind a fake picture or a fake name, because we're all going to stand. And then every knee will bow, tongue confess. It's a glorious thing to hear it now. Is that free will still flowing? That oil, our lamps, it's still glowing. Freedom flood. It's a flood. And so the hand of grace has been extended. Okay. Honor, glory, and praise. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes. So when you're praising our heavenly, right off the bat, seek ye first. And you're incorporating him in your everyday life. Seeking, knocking, asking. Yeah, I know it's not in order. I know what it is. Seek. You'll find. You knock. That door will be open. Ask. We're transceivers. Receive. Transceiving. Sailing. Blood, sweat, and tears, baby. Yes. Remember? I wanted to tell you about that little drop of salt. I used to use razor blades. Walla Walla, when the stingers give us stingers to plug in to boil our water for coffee, tea, whatever. We'd make ramen casseroles and stuff, and we'd have sausages and stuff. We'd have groceries that would come in. It wasn't dollar store food back then. There was actually pretty good groceries, real inexpensive too. And we would roast meats on the back of the toilet and stuff like that. Same toilet we used to pass stuff around, get them meats all good and charred up and cooked, and then we'd make casseroles and stuff. And so we'd have to have stingers; they'd burn out. And those razor blades I told you we'd put in the little razors. I would cut the stinger, the little coil that would heat up the water, and I would take my wires and I would take each wire and I would put it through the middle of the housing of the razor blade on both of them, and then take one of the a sliver, a shim of the chairs that we used to no, McNeil did the furniture. Yeah, each of the institutions, and I'll get into that later. Like I said, I don't want to get too. I'm going to have to go back because I already been to the walls, but like I said, I'm going to have to go back and forth because it's going to be pertinent on just how this meat market complex, which ain't very complex really once you start breaking it down, and it's breaking down. So that's what sunlight does. Um, uh, where was I going with this? Bring me back, Lord. Walla Walla. Where was I going with this? Sailing. Oh yeah, thank you, Father. So I'd twist these razor blades around the inside of the pardon me, inside of the razor blades, and then cut a piece of the furniture that would come from McNeil to insulate the razors, and then I would use some laundry string we would use to tie up the laundry we wanted to go out, minus the stuff we'd wash in buckets because sometimes you wouldn't get your stuff back from when you're dealing with the city with I think it was 4,800, 4,500 people back then. So I would put that homemade stinger in the water and plug it in, and it would heat the water, but it would take a while. It would just have about that much space, just enough to insulate it to keep it from arcing out. But because I used to do that when I was real young, I would do that with the wires. I would pull them apart, and I would blow the sockets. I would do all kinds of stuff. Mission Creek, I'm going to tell you something I did to a kid that we used to play games at night back and forth. When he was trying to sneak in our room and slowly was twisting the metal doorknob, and I got him. But a lot of little shenanigans we used to pull. Like I said, I'll be going back and forth. But so I went back to that, and I went ahead and I knew that was going to heat that water. It was slow roll. But when I put just a little bit of that seasoning pack in there, it boiled so quick. It was just literally and it sounded just like that, just like that. So fast that conducted that now water that is now conductive was able to receive and excite that water so quick, so fast that, a matter of fact, I had to be careful, and plus it would corrode the razors, but so I had to be real careful of that. But they would come around and we'd get free razors and matches, like I said, and I'd make bombs for 4th of July for everybody, and like I said, we'd do all kinds of stuff. But so yeah, so it would boil the water so fast that I would put the stinger in the water that was already prepped and ready to go, and then plug the stinger into the socket and then just pull it out, because that's how fast that would boil instantly within probably less than 3 seconds. And if you weren't careful, it would just you'd have bits of razor blade fly apart in your water. So, but yeah, we used to. So that's a good illustration right there of how that's that transceiver kind of like the tree of knowledge type of. Like I said, I just kind of get bits and pieces as I go. The Lord isn't. If He was to give me everything right now, what we're becoming, like I said, my head, you just watch it just explode. It would be over. Just the same with Moses when he was, he said at this state, but we're being refined. We're being prepared. And at the same time, there's less and less suffering, and people are waking up. So we're gaining many souls. This is, and those souls that are being gained, they're going to have their own families. Oh, this is going to be groovy. Oh, you want to talk groovy? You want to talk groovy, old hippie? Oh, little hippie on a trippy. My beloved, your Royal Highness Donna. I didn't even know Mr. Caraco's. Oh, Donna, Miss Donna. Instantly, you see, everything has a correlation. Well, it's just a name, Roy. Well, no, because you don't know what I know. You know, but you will. That's the thing. Once you figure this out, you own everything. You're going to know everything, and everything's going to be exposed. Why? What are you worried about? What really? Unless you have something to hide, then you better worry, fool. You better worry, because I'm going to tell you right now, Victoria has no secrets. You get caught with your pants down or your bra under some stranger's bed. You go ahead, see what happens. You'll never know. You don't know if it's standing right next to you. You heard what she said. Be careful, people. If you're going to burn with desire, like it says, marriage has its issues. But remember what he said. Go find a woman, you'll find love. We're at a different time right now. Huh? If you're going to burn, you better go get married. And let me tell you, when you're already been ordained, a lot of you can just go ahead and marry yourself. That's right. Did he just say that? That's right. You can marry yourself. Where two or more gather, you can marry yourself, and then do not defile the marriage bed. Pray about it, and the Lord will let you have a ceremony, and write your own petition up. Write it up. The Lord will lead you in which way to do that. And maybe there's other people that are a little more versed and will say, you know what? I think he's right about that. I think I have it. And someone might say, well, actually, absolutely. I was just I didn't want to stand out on that limb because, oh my goodness, it was like old Snoopy. And I got something to tell you about that plane that guy hijacked here. And, oh yeah, don't think that was just oh yeah, it was just some disgruntled, he was just some baggage guy. And, no, and that little that happened to it. Oh no, don't think that was all angelic. That was all, they got a hold of that thing because they were going to try to, because when they can't get you any other way, man, they're going to try to get the area so that they can hope that at least it'll reach out enough to just get you if it's just big enough. It ain't, silly fools. Mm-mm. I wouldn't do that. That's why I don't mess around. You see, I've seen both sides, and that's it. When we wrestle because I'm wrestling for you guys. I'm wrestling so I can have some prosperity, peace, love, joy, and happiness. I want to try to wring out another two or three or four generations if possible. But hey, if he comes like the chief said, I'm ready. Oh, I'm ready because I got all kinds of bills. Actually, I don't. I don't have any now that the enemy has tried, so hard, but I don't have, and I only have 2 children. Now, see, I know how many children I have. I only have, well, I have lots of children, but you know what I mean. They're all our children. And I'm not downing anybody that doesn't. That's not what I'm saying. If something is hitting at home, if it's finding its mark in you, then address it and then correct it before there is no time, because the time is now. It's always now. And as long as you keep that in perspective, you're never going to run back to get anything. Don't go back up. If you're on that, don't go back inside and get it. Just go. That has nothing to do with no secret. There is no rapture. Don't get. We're all going through this together, brother. And when I say brother, I mean humanity. It's just like once it gets in there, it's that flesh. It's like that poor old lady that was sitting there, and I went right by her. Everybody was blowing by her, and this is by Fort Lewis and McCord. You should have seen how they're all blowing by this poor old lady. Oh, I know it was an angel now. So all them people just blowing by her, just going to where, probably all going to meet my drug dealer. Wouldn't that be something? Just like in acts of worship. Tell me, every picture tells a story, don't it? There's something to say about that drug dealer that came back with all my crack, which was a mountain load. And again, I'm not glorifying this. Remember, he walked with them. He justifies who he justifies. You might say, well, you smoked with him. Huh? Big Chief Puff'em. 3-play. There's a lot to be said with that testimony. That guy knew that I was only on a 4-6 hour layover. He knew I was only there. I opened up to him. I was honest with him. He didn't have to come back. And even though they had a parlay, they had a code, which is absolutely admirable. There's something to be learned here. It's too bad it has to be taught this way, but here it is. Receive it. Because we're transceivers. They even knew not to burn up a set. That's what they call that back then. Because I've talked to people from Chicago. They go, oh, yeah, Steen, that's called burning up a set. No, they don't do that, man. They don't do that at all. So, well, thanks for the comment. I love you too. Love the sin or hate the sin. And again, don't read into that unless you are. So there's something to be said about that, people. They even knew not to burn up a set. Little old white dude walking in there with all that money in their pocket. They could have just they could have busted a grape right there. Nobody would have thought they wouldn't have cared. Dude, I would have sat there till, the buzzards picked me clean. It would have reminded me of that old black light poster. Remember when the 2 buzzards were sitting there and said, hell, I'm not going to wait for him to die. I'm going to kill him now. I'm hungry. Used to have all them black light posters. Like I said, they'd be worth so much money. If I had half of what and I'm going to get trailing off. So I got to stop doing that. All right. Whatever, Copernicus. Hello, George. Well, don't you want your boat, Georgie? So, and then the little boy on the tarmac there. Little old, The Shining. The sweater he's wearing. Isn't that Apollo 11? Hey, boy. Crazy. So, and there I did. I just ended up, and I did it, and was warned not to. And this is why. So, There's something to be said. Thank you. Thank you when you're on that man line. So there's something to be said about that. Could have picked me clean. The guy knew. He knew. That brother knew. He could have left. He could have. He didn't have to come back. But a matter of fact, I think he came back and even told me, "Hey, wait, man. I'm sorry it's taken me so long. They're still cooking that up." A matter of fact, I'm absolutely positive that's what that was. Just like when I tell you about Kent Hitchings, and I believe he was the state patrol that pulled me over and was pissed because I blew by him and he blew by me, and I was coming out of Lake Bay when I was living beautiful Lake Bay out there on the peninsula. But I'm going to end up getting trailed off again, so I don't want to do that. So he knew. He knew. He come back. He knew. But there was something to be said about that. He didn't have to come back. Because it wasn't even a really. I mean, what, really. What was I going to do? Go run and tell all his buddies that, hey, man, I didn't know. I had no idea that they had rules. I wasn't from there. They had some pretty honorable rules, considering how same kind of rules I had as I'm knocking the crap out of somebody that's wanting to go through the little boy and girl's bedroom and steal all their money that they're saving up to go to, God forbid, Disneyland, and their presents that are still there. Can you imagine what these people thought? Priority all mixed up. Same as the reason why I should have been going to the hospital all these times, but the good Lord kept me from dying. I just didn't deserve it. And I'm telling you, I'm looking back now, I know I've died, and it has nothing to do with some deadly blow that healed. No, it has nothing to do with that. That's that popery crap. But I want to get off track. So there's something to say about that. And with that, isn't that beautiful? Segue right on in to stinky Tacoma. The old Roca factory. Pull right on in. Matter of fact, when the train's coming around, you can almost see that nasty place. Look at that. Cat stepped in. That's what they call cat poop, is dog Roca. Because, if I ever filthy, you want to lick my face with that thing. Ugh. So I pull in off the train. Well, here, let me, because I just coming back from Michigan. I didn't even try to do. I didn't even try to do that at all. But of course, that's the beauty of just, you know, becoming who we are, right? So I'm definitely praying Brandy, and then I don't have this written down, but as I'm praying for Brandy, I have been praying for Deborah. FR. And that FR really is significant for me and will always be, even if, like I said, you decide that, or something comes up that we're not, this ain't, the Lord it just ain't happening for whatever reason. It's still significant to me, as you will always be significant to me. And she'll have to understand that. Of course, I will be respectful and just like I would have for you, and will, if that's the case. So, but again, the Lord's like, you don't ever give anything any. You don't, just like you don't pray over the dead. You don't go and no. Let the dead bury the dead. That is sorry, and that's what God. Lucifer in trouble, the dragons, aka Satan, and all these little suck boot, all these people that you're seeing paying right now, they're paying like they're weighing. That's what they're paying like they're weighing, all right. Oh, I could come up with some pretty good. If you want to hear some rap, I'll rap for you. Because the Lord showed me a vision of this Graham movement that is going to just now. Again, times change, people change, times change, and still all is well. It's just things, I want to get my hands on people. That's really what I really am, just more than anything. I want to put my hands on people, and I want to pray. I want to pray. Now that prayer, like that Korean guy. Now see, I haven't been honed. My gift isn't, oh, I just want to get my hands on people. I just want to get my hands on people and pray and pray and pray. Oh, and I know some of them, once I just break down and weep, once I finally fall into her arms, oh, because, oh, it's been just an ocean of emotion, and all for you guys, so that I can learn how to navigate this cesspool. So when I pull the plug, because there's a lot of stuff going on that you don't know about, a lot of stuff that you're starting to, there's no reason to be afraid. Perfect love casts out fear. Cast away. See, that's what's happening. It's being mocked. The hunter has become the hunted now. It knew this time was coming. It just didn't know when. And the final blow, it's not, the suspense is literally killing it. And the more souls that are being salvaged from this wrecking yard, that this is what it is reduced for you. It is offered for you to chew on. This is the life it wants you to regurgitate. It wants you to chew the cud of its cunning. It wants you to chew that cud. It wants you to continue to chew it over and over until, there's a reason why cows got so many stomachs. They're amazing creatures, really, if you think about it. I don't know why, but I just thought about Ivan. Poor Ivan. I used to watch him when he was in that enclosure behind that thick glass, because they were afraid of him for good reason. And they exploited that beautiful creature for money as it shits on him. I'm so sick. And it sat there. And it did everything it could to hang on. As you allowed all these children to mock it, it held on for a taste of that innocence that was this far away. There on South Tacoma Way, right across from Starlight, you kept that beautiful, majestic gorilla in nothing more than a closet. You cowards. And all you people that go to these zoos and aquariums, you take your children there, you're cowards. Stop. You want to observe them creatures Do it in the wild. Well, they're not in the wild anymore. Well, you know what? You're reaping what you sow. Well, but nothing. Then you shipped him off somewhere else. I think you tried to breed him with somebody, something. Another gorilla, of course. Well, as a horse is a horse, Mr. Ed, you ever threaten me with that fake ass smile of yours? See, I know all your little secrets. You're not victorious. Come out of her. She has no secrets. He died anyway. The B&I, it was called. B&I. Bye. Bye. Bye bye. I'm bye. I'm bye. She calls me up. She says, "Oh, I'm gay now." I says, "Oh, that's what happened when you get your ribs broke, you get beat up and kicked down the stairs?" Well, she lit a fire in my heart. I don't think she was trying to light the world on fire. No, no, she wasn't. She So much I want to tell you about. There's so much. Everybody that I've mentioned is all have intersected. It's once I once he made it clear yesterday, I couldn't even I couldn't find a fish big enough to beg to swallow. I couldn't find a kite big enough. As my dad would have said, "Son, I'm gonna have to hold the string on this one, 'cause it'll take you away." There's times when I look for kites just like that. Just take me away, and I find it in the form of a bath. Or what some of you would consider an astral plane, a journey the Lord has offered me through sleep, and then just all the other things that are happening that I'll share. You're all going to know. There's nothing that's hidden that's going to be that way for long. No. So much. So much to say. Wrestling for some time to say it. Wrestling. Working out our salvation through fear and wrestling, fasting. When I said don't let your meatloaf, baby, I wasn't. Look, sweetheart, believe me, when that fire in your heart, all of you beautiful women, once that fire is lit in your heart, it doesn't matter what you look like. Yes, if you have an issue with your health, then address it. But once that fire's lit, it doesn't matter if the world around you is ablaze. Your eternal fleshly groom is going to see you and express that love that your counterpart is going to be so blessed to experience through the spiritual eyes and experience of our Creator. Everything is, I have experienced oneness the last And I'm going to share with you guys eventually. You're all going to know. But I don't kiss and tell type thing. Uh, it might sound like I do, but I'm really honestly, I'm, like I said, if there's any hint of arrogance, it's not that at all. If anything, it might be some delusionally grandiose thinking, stinking thinking. But I stumbling I do today, far and few, seeking the king, death. Where is your sting? Scorpions. So yeah, don't take it. Don't get all bent out of shape because I friend somebody. If you really want to know the truth, like I said, I have my carnal uh, 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 hankering for fleshly lust is in bronze women, is in dark skinned women. So that's how I knew, because I was like, oh, this can't be. Here we're talking Casper, right? Isn't that what you said? And I was like, look, I'm not trying to rank on anybody, but you said it. I said, well, I love Casper the Friendly Ghost. I didn't choose. I didn't choose. He first chose me. I didn't choose. And again, there's no obligation. And I'm not going to downplay or upplay it. Just we already know the time frame we're in, and it's and counting in so many different ways. And counting. You could sit and write a book about and counting. Because when you are time, you don't need to time travel, baby. You you can flow like that. Even flow. Cross the road like butterflies. Oh, they love to mock. Space Needle, they love to mock. I'd never seen that video, although I didn't have to. I don't go and I don't dip my toes in. I don't do that. My hands ain't in strange cookie jars. I don't go and unless I'm led to. Do you know how very little I knew about you? Do you? That's why when you brought Gavin on there and sat him down and said, and because you were like, well, because they had you saying you need to, and I said, well, gosh, God, why would you have me? And he said, son, are you going to trust me? And I'm not even saying that that's going to come to fruition. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying this is what he told me. And I wasn't even aware then because I would have never taken the journey that we're on right now. I'd have thrown that towel in a long time ago and said, man, you got to take this cup. No, instead, I had that DS. Boy, they all knew, and I was back and forth on that tarmac. A beautiful day down in California. They all seen it right there. They all seen. They couldn't do anything about it because the Lord was protecting me. He didn't like that fact, neither did you. That's why you're saying, well, we got plenty of protection down here. Yeah, but that ain't making me feel any better right now with all the stuff that has been going on. But I was in training, as it were. Train a child up in the way they should go. And when he gets older, he will not depart from it. Now, that's not always the rule of thumb because I can sit and give you examples that might hurt other people's feelings. My intent's right, but it doesn't matter. I'm telling you, you can hurt people's feelings, huh, baby? You can get your feelings hurt even when I'm not even trying to hurt them. You can get shitty and you can send me little angry little thoughts and all this and that, but don't make me jealous. Because I'm always going to love you, but that is never going to ring out well, ever, ever, because I've seen things, baby girl, that you'll see, and there's some things that you're not going to be you're not going to be allowed to see. You're not going to, and it's not because it's because you don't need to. Things you won't want to see. They're just not pertinent. They're not pertinent. Just like my grandma would say, come on, baby, come sit on the Davenport before she gets here. Real quick, I'll make you something to eat real quick. See, I'm Irish from that side. Isn't that something? Almost 3/4 Irish. The O'Day. And then Swedish and Norwegian on the but it's completely opposite. It's amazing. Like I said, I stopped trying to correlate. I already know. I get it now. I'm not bucking City Hall no more. And that's a real bad. That's a real bad term. I shouldn't say City Hall. See, it's just things aren't what they used to be. Oh God, Thomas Jefferson. And I love history, and I don't know a lot about it. I really enjoy it. Excuse me, pardon me. I really enjoy history. I mean, real history. That's why me and my satanic Luciferian teacher, and I won't tell you where, but one of these schools that I went to when I was here, and oh yeah, we would battle. She would lose every day in school, and I had another guy right next to me. He was an atheist. No, he was an agnostic. He was reading the book from Levin, and but he loved me. Oh, he loved me, and he knew he sit next to me in school every day. Nobody sat in our seats, and of course we had she was a bilingual, so the Mexicans were in there too, and it was awesome, dude. Right? It was or not, dude. I apologize, dudettes, people, beloved. It was awesome, man. But oh man, she would even bring pictures to school where she was up on mountains and showing me pictures of the chemtrail. Well, pardon I'm sorry, Mister L. The geoengineering, the geoengineering uh, mist, the fluff, the queef, as it were. And she would be like, oh, and it was, and people would ask her questions, and I'd sit here, and she's looking at me, and she's like, huh, what are you getting here? And I'm reading her mind, right? I'm reading her little wicked little mind, and they're asking her questions, innocent questions, like, oh, what was it like up there? Oh, it was real dirty. She was saying it was just real dirty, and here, this is beautiful, and they're just putting the boots to it, and I'm going, yeah, you fucking bitch, I just rip you. Because I know what's going on here. They don't know, that they're thinking about, wanting to be in bed with her until that thing sheds its skin, man, and then it's on like Donkey Kong. Those things come on and walk, and she says, "I told you I was a snake before you picked me up, you stupid son." And what did he say? God, these people are stupid or fools or something like that. They dumb. That's right. Deep underground. Okay, so sweet Yeshua. I just got off track because this is what happened. But I'm gonna swing back by. Just give me a moment. This is the beautiful thing about being alive and living. So the incubus or the succubus, I always get them two confused. Can you imagine that? Having that thing jump on you? That's why the Lord, he made it real clear to me. Hungry, angry, lonely, tired. Unless you're fasting, son, and legitimately fasting, right? Because the enemy will get in there and say, you're looking a little fat. And maybe I'm looking a little fat, but once you got the Holy Spirit in you, then you're going to do the right thing because you want to live a long time so that you could salvage as many, spread as much good. You want to share as much of the good news as you're radiating because you are getting not only a spiritual fix and but you're helping someone else and you're seeing your fruits manifest right in front of you. Well, you heard what she says. It's coming right through us. Or not. Well, he's coming anyway. Oh, Lucy, you have some splaining to do. Lucy, I'm home. You see, I didn't even realize that when I was saying that. I was like, God. He said, son, send it. Run it back. So I'm sitting there, baby girl. I'm on the phone. Hey, baby girl. She's like, yeah, daddy. My little prayer warrior. My little Cecilia. And my ex is in there taking pictures. You know, God, we really shouldn't, but they're going to think that. I said, I don't care what they think. Go ask her right now. Have I ever done? No. You want to talk about a wet noodle, you sickos. But see, that's what the enemy likes to do. It's a liar. It's the father of lies. Don't be. It's oh, oh, oh. There he is. He come right on in there. Papa, Papa. My daughter's, let Papa have his bath. I'm weeping because here he comes in with Wilson. Wilson, threefold cord, not easily broke. I don't care about football. Now, my cousin Forrest, my bro Forrest, he used to play for Red Shield. Of course, we played soccer. Remember, I told you we'd go up and soccer and stuff before my life seemed to go to hell in a handbasket. And even then, now I'm going to go back just a little bit because I'm led to, because before that stuff with Bob and Martin, may he rest in peace, coming, but Martin and Daryl Birch and Forrest and all that, with Sue and all that, come and got Bob. Um, what was I? This was important. Oh yeah, my mom got married to Ted, if you don't remember, and then Lester come up because he was having trouble, and then he got in trouble right away. Well, I was in for the 90 days. Now, this is important. The Lord wanted me to, and I don't even have this written down. He just brought right back to my remembrance so that for your benefit, so that we can tie this together. This is important because it's going to come up soon. For when I was led to go to Shasta County and Redding, and then to Happy Valley, you're going to, and then be prophesied over, and then start this. Things were really starting to pick up and heat up. Shelly Quinn, I love you so much. Thank you so much, Shelly. You really helped me. And I know it's been years since but you're in my prayers. So she gets married, and I'm in juvie now for 90 days because me and John, remember when he's mad now because he puts a cigarette out in on my face is what he does, Bob. He don't even smoke, but he's mad because me and Bonnie, we're taking trips out to the floating dock, right? It was a summer of just absolute, uh, you know, uh, introducing little Donnie Steen to what he was really created for. It's not good for man to be alone. There is no perversion here. Look, hey man, get that out your heads. There's a reason why it's a male and a female end. Now, if you can go ahead and get pregnant, I'm all for it. If you can go ahead and hey, so I go to I'm in jail for 90 days now. But my mom is going, and now had come up. Bonnie had come up, and I don't think she was in trouble. She was just visiting her dad. They were from Concord. And I'd never been to California. I was just a little kid. But this is all going to come into play. Big time. Big Chief Puff'em 3 play. Oh, it just pays to know. It just pays, people. Don't get you selfish boys. So I was in juvenile COD, court order detention, and you're in your room 20 hours a day. I mean, you're in there a lot. And I was doing that 90-day sentence for that deal with Bob. So because if it wasn't for John, he probably wouldn't have got the crap beat out of him so bad. But John was a bigger kid, and he wasn't having it. Old John, he gave him a few pounders of himself. Old John, that just came to me. Old John. He told him, "Get off him, Bob. Get off him." But he didn't. Anyway, so I was doing, and so my Billy, my birth mother, she she was able to get me out. I'd already done 30 of the 90. I'd still do 60 when I got back. But to go with them in the camper, which I got to fill in a bunch. I used to have that camper just full of stuff when I was doing burglaries, and I couldn't believe it. Open that up, and the chief of police would be like, "Are you serious? There's where 30 of the burglars are right there, but we can only charge him with 3. This guy, oh my gosh. I don't know if we should. We're going to have to name laws after him. We're going to." And I'm not bragging, but that camper came into play when I stuck that safety pin through my ear when I didn't. I wanted to let because I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, because one of my heroes from the juvenile, I asked him why he had his ear pierced in his right ear. He says, and no offense, he said, "So all them faggots, and they see my pretty face," because I'm a pretty boy. He was a good looking little short dude. Hey, I'm okay with my, hey. And he goes, "And my pretty, because all them fags, they like to hit on me. And see, they don't think I know they're fags, but I do. I know, and I know. They come in, they all dressed up like girls. I know." And I used to laugh. A little short, little redheaded guy, lived on Elk Eye. Loved this guy. And uh, so I was going to I made sure that was, anyway, that camper's going to come into play. So she got me out to go to Concord to his first wife's house. Like I said, I mentioned that in one of the other videos. Ted's first wife, she was married again. She had just gotten married right away. Of course, we just, of course, insanity, we just run right back. There's no God. Lord isn't incorporated. And I don't know. Maybe the Lord was incorporated. I'm just throwing stuff out there. But see if that noodle will stick. Right? I like mine a little al dente. It needs a little garlic. As that poor son of a bitch is having his eyes pecked out. Hey, if it causes you to sin, gouge it out. That's one way to do it, right? Hey, that is one way to do it. I wouldn't recommend it. So, what was I? Where was we going with this? See, this is the beautiful thing about. Oh, there we go. Now it even came in a little. So, so I'm heading down to California, where I'd never been before, and in the back of that camper, and nothing went on, like I told you. But man, I'll tell you, Bonnie, she had a boyfriend. Well, she probably had several boyfriends, but they were waiting for her to get back. And she took me to this Rico's pizza place down there in Concord. They shut that thing down. They turned the closed sign, and it was a party. Yeah, pizzas were cooking. The owner, seriously, and they had to know. And of course, she knew she was a little cutie, little blonde, and I was her little brother, and I was there, and they were doing stuff on these tables you wouldn't believe. And of course, you probably would. Even way back then, it was crazy. And I got so drunk on tequila that they had a pasta bar, and I puked in this. Oh, here we go. You can't make this stuff up, people. Throw it and see if it'll stick. I had a noodle coming out my nose because it wasn't the pasta there. It was before we left, my mom made me eat dinner. Now, she had smoked a little piece of this blonde hash with me that just ripped my head off. And we were swimming, and you know how when you swim, you get real hungry. And she was her boyfriend was going to come and pick us up and take us to this party and whatnot, blah blah blah. And so I was real hungry, and she's like, "Well, you need," and I was gonna, she's like, "No, don't get too, because we're gonna party." And I was like, "All right," but I was hungry, and my mom's like, "Yeah, you got to eat something before you leave." And they were having spaghetti. That's what it was. And so I just sucked that, which I was already being pre-programmed to hurry up and eat, which I'm trying to not eat so fast right now. That's a I'm trying to chew real slow because I was from the beginning. I had to eat faster. I wouldn't eat it. I wouldn't get nothing to eat. When you're the last one to sit down and the first one they call to get, that's you eat fast. So I scarfed it down, and I had this long. She's like, "No, it's my little brother. He's, but they were." So I end up getting back on my way back in that camper. Of course, Bonnie stays there, and on the way back, I wanted to do what Doug. His name was Doug. I think it was Doug. And I wanted to have an ear, so I stuck a safety needle, a safety pin through the back of my ear, and it just crack. I heard it snap, blood everywhere, and well, of course, there's blood on some of the stuff I used to store in that trailer, and blood, sweat, and tears it took to fill that house with the stuff that I put in that damn camper. I meant, this stuff. You just can't make this up. So I get back now. That's going to come into play, and I'm going to just fill it in right now with you right now. Do you remember when I said to you that Kent Hitchings, my counselor who married Edith, remember June Bud, and here's looking at you, the eye we got from or Stucky, Butch and Dougie Fresh got from the Tawana or Tahulia State, one of the parks we cleaned. Kent Hitchings, that I was growing to really love and look up to. I needed a male figure in my life, somebody that wasn't trying to put their weenie in my behind, right? And really, which is ironic because they're fishing old snaggletooth around, and I'd zip my Peter up in my pants out there in crew, and I I was messed up, and who did they have the doctor come around? I said, well, I'll pass on this one. Isn't that kind of weird too? Here I am sitting there talking to, he's like, Kent's looking at me like, Steen, he says, there's something in here that that I want to ask you about, and it's something. I said, well, then ask me, right? And he goes, it says here that you've been got caught selling your body as a young child on the streets of San Francisco. And I said, what? That's when my heart just dropped. See, I was waiting to get up to the point where I went to Reading, where I was led to go to Reading out of the blue, when me and my ex, one of many times we separated, and me and my son, I always take my boy with me because Cecilia's also hers, and that she goes with the mother. Um, but anyway, so he's with me, which brings up a bunch of other stuff. That was so many pedophiles who tried to walk off my daughter. I said, hey, she's with me. I've even had people in the stores. This lady that was, and I'm getting off track. We'll get to that later. So he says, and my heart just dropped because that wasn't true. I'd never even been to California in my life, but now I had. I had been to California, and then even later on in my life, I found out I was in Sacramento. I mean, San Diego. That's where my biological dad, Roy, was stationed before he went to Vietnam, combat duty. When right? And then the sergeant's wife knew everything old Round Hills was doing. Didn't want my poor dad going through all that crap. So my heart dropped. And I says, well, I says that's a lie. And he says, well, honestly, I'm just going to tell you right now, I already looked at the dates and stuff like that, and there's nothing here in your folder, and I can't indicate because I can pretty much track every time you've been in, and there's no way. And I just was like, phew. I was like, fuck. So you believe me, right? Because nobody believed me. I was a piece of shit liar. Remember what the judge said? Oh, you're trouble. And I said, I'm going to show you trouble. I'm going to show you trouble. I'm going to show off and I'm going to show out. That's right. So, oh no, don't think I went and studied and looked all into this and that. No, I didn't have to. No, no, no. I know exactly what I need to. So when everybody, if you look, and I'm not down in anybody, but if there's any of you that your heart's in the right spot and you're hiding behind, or you're for whatever reason behind a fake pic or this and that, you do what you got to do. But everything, we're all gonna meet, all of us, even all you that don't think, oh no, we won't. Oh no, we won't. Well, you'll be the ones that are bowing and confessing, and even some of you'll be the ones that were putting the rod and already are. It's backstrap time. Oh, I really enjoy backstrap. Those are the Adventists, though. I needed that. When we get to that point, you're gonna just know, and I needed that so that I could heal myself of through the abuse that I had to endure, that I put this and it put this flesh through. It's a miracle that I'm even sitting here right here talking to you right now. Do you know that, right? It's a miracle that both of my children are sitting right there, along with my only grandson. It's a miracle that before my biological father passed away, there was 3 generations right there. And it was actually this way. But this, it's in revision. So, I have to keep my eyes peeled. I was supposed to meet this fella over this radiator. If you're parking the car. If you're gonna park the car, you might call it a radiator. And well, I know. It's just I've been so busy, Bubba. We're all in this together, brother. You crack me. I mean, dude, when you see me, when I really am laughing, I used to look. Glenn Lieber in Mission Creek, which is crazy. I was just bringing Glenn and Jesse Sporleader and Alan Jones and all them, Paul and uh, all of them. I could just go on. Anyway, they try to get me to laugh because when I started laughing, I would just whatever I happened to be drinking, and we had milk, those old milk, the chocolate, the big crates, from good old back when it was, well, probably was bad then even, but I used to get milk right from the dairy. But anyway, my family had stuff to it. They would get me to laugh because I would shoot milk down my nose because my uncle, he used to have a Norton and he would lay it down. And I had just come back from running and everybody's, oh, Steen, you're back. God, you look like shit. That's when I went to the Exodus, right? That's one of the last. But meanwhile, I was getting my weight back up and I was telling them stories about when we were all tweaking and lay it down, Norton. And my uncle, the one that ran through this plate glass window, whom later on, the Dawsons, The Chippewa Fall Dawsons. Huh? I knew you weren't going to jump. I knew. So he went through a play. He laid down his Norton. So they would always, lay it down, Norton. Lay it down, they used to say to me. And I would laugh and just milk would shoot out my nose. And I would roll. And then staff would like, okay, Steen, that's enough. But they would laugh too. Everybody was waiting. The whole chow hall, they were waiting for old Steen to get him to laugh, get him to sit with him. Let Alan sit with him. Alan always gets him to laugh. Because I try not to laugh because Wendy, remember Wendy? She was cooking our food and she had to clean all this up and stuff. And she was like, Donnie, don't you be doing that, you know? And she was, yeah, what a little doll. She really was. You know, showing me all them pictures of her, what she looked like when she was thin. I wanted to say to her, sweetheart, you're beautiful the way you are right now. But I didn't feel like I deserved somebody like that. Because that's what they were doing to brainwash me so we wouldn't be having this conversation. So that I wouldn't come into the fullness of my becoming. We're all from glory to glory, people. See, it can't kill the messenger, so it's trying to kill the message. So he lied to cover his ass because Bob knew. That's when he raped me when I got out for that ass kicking. I remember now. Plus, they were doing all kinds of shit stuff. Excuse my language. This was a petty ring. They were passing around. They were doing stuff to me you wouldn't believe. They were some weird people. Oh yeah, they were doing. Oh gosh, they had some weird things going on. He'd take me home, and they had roommates. They had a whole house of them, man, in by Green Lake. You want to hear something crazy? My Aunt Wilma, a Broadway dancer, whom was my grandfather's sister, one of the Davidsons from, I believe, Harley Davidson she married into, lived in one of the biggest houses on Green Lake by the Woodland Park Zoo that I used to go to when I was a kid. Wilma, and she was into some stuff. My grandma, actual grandma Lois, Marge was talking about it. But anyway, she, oh God, where was I going with that? Gosh, she was beautiful. I had a picture of her. She, oh yeah, she lived right down the road from where this guy was doing all this stuff. We'd take a bus there. We'd take a bus from when he'd get me out of the Route Dykeman. In the head, she was letting him take me home. She was covered. They were all in on it. They had other kids. They were doing all kinds of weird stuff. And my aunt's house was still the same. Still the same. She was there. She lived in it. This thing had like, and I'm not kidding you, man. This thing had 8, 9. It would creep me out when I'd go in there. And she had a garage that went into the side of like this little mountain. She lived literally across the street from Green Lake, just down where you could rent skates. She had kayaks we'd blow up and take out there to that Duck Poop Island all the time. But she was into witchcraft and stuff like that. She was into, you know, I love her, you know, but you could feel that stuff. When I was a kid, I didn't like going into that house. But that garage, and it went, and I was fascinated because that garage went underground into that house, and that house was big. That house had like those. It was a castle. It was a Victorian. It's still there. A lot of historical stuff in my childhood, you know, like the Castle Inn and all that. Stuff that I could sit in, and stuff I've forgotten stuff that Stephen King ain't got nothing on it. On this is really it. And I'm not talking shit it. I'm talking, this is the shiznizzle it. You can't make this. It can't even do this. It can't do this. And counting. So, yeah, he was doing all kinds of weird shit to me, man. But they all were. They were taking. They were doing all kinds. They were. This was a satanic, Luciferian. It was a draconian. It was a dragon. It was a dragon tails. Lucifer fails. This was bad mojo. Bad. Very easy for this prominent. They could have very easily nailed this one, but and it would have turned in. When I seen the sum of money it was 70 million. People like, no way. When the Lord told me, no, they'll be collecting their own food stamps. That's why they can't kill you. That's why they're putting you in prison. They're doing all this and this. They're doing everything. They're like, shut him up right now. They're like, just shut him up. 70 million. You know why? They didn't want me to take the stand. They would have settled. They would have just, oh God, just here, please, just here's the check. Just be easy on us. Just here's the, can you hold a pen in your teeth? Unintended. Oh, as she's giving. Oh, just please, here, just please be easy on us. Just, we'll fill it out. We'll leave the amount blank. You know why? Because of all the other children and all the lives that were destroyed along the way. Oh, it has a ripple effect that is just, and Satan loves it. He is trying so hard to keep people from reaching out or even believing that there would be a God with all this shit, excuse my language, happening. Because it is it. And he used that when I got out. And they took me to that damn New Year's Eve deal. That's why they mocked me and us. They're being mocked now with the Space Needle, those prizes coming out of it. And I didn't get a prize when I got back to his apartment. Well, they drugged me up good too. They did some weird shit to me. But they can't kill me. They can't. They tried to snuff the rooster. I helped write that. Did you take it from someone that read it or wrote it? Read it. Frog. Frog eat frog. See, we're in control. It's not your TV. Don't adjust your set. No, we're in control now. There's a new sheriff in town. Chief presiding and counting. Chief. Let the dead bury the dead. And they got a Day of the Dead, beloved. I'll wait till you hear. Chris Munden. So now we're going to hop around a little bit. So yeah, we've got Chris and Nick Munden, the Brown family, whom is one of my friends, Kenny Brown. I love you, brother. And yes, that drawing of that school. And yes, now it's time for flowers. I'm reading you, bro. I'm reading you. I'm with you, man. I got to check and see if this fool, because I just spaced that off. Offer up. Hold on, ladies, gentlemen, please, beloved. Hold on. Just one moment, please. Shut him off. No, it's just that friend request, that don't get jealous friend request. So, anyway, um, so okay, what was that? What was that? Okay, mocking the mockers, Bobby, all his satanic Luciferian sorcery trade. Oh yeah, all the children, the ones that hadn't literally committed suicide or just destroyed their lives with drugs to the point where they're just not cognitive. They're not even able to articulate a sentence to convey what has happened to them. So that's why that 70 million came in. They'd have just been just stop, please, just stop. So they couldn't have that happen, right? No. Oh, and by the way, that mockingbird, it's all it's all a big. Well, you already know. So yeah, they're just like a bunch of moles. So Chris and Nick Munden is going to really come into play. So I'm going to go back to where, because I set the stage now as to California. It's very important. Okay, because when we went down to California, we stopped off to see, because remember I told you Ted he was adopted by the Lopez's. Well, he had a brother named Pat. They're probably not alive. Well, maybe they are. A matter of fact, Lester and Bonnie friended me on Facebook a couple years ago, but we don't talk anymore. So you guys are here, and I love you guys. I think about you all the time. But Ted had a brother named Pat that had the children up in Fur Meadows, where Alan Jones used to AJ, a pig farmer, we called him. My God is my judge. Where Rich Pocock used to play the Gibson Firebird, and we were in Chinook Cottage with Skip Butler, the one that told me about Norman, whom I'm telling you, you would have had to kick my butt. If I would have found out for sure, he already had told me, but if I would have confirmed it for sure and got my hands down there and found out you had a weenie on you, you would have had to kick my butt, and you probably would have, but it would have had to happen. So Rich Pocock playing that deal with Alan Jones, can't make this up. It just all fits together. It's just, and now I'll get trailing off because that's how it happens. It's just beautiful, really, when you are time. You don't need to time travel, baby. Why would I buy something I own? Why? So he knew. That's why he did all that he did, see? That was the last time he put his hands on me. That's when he got his butt beat, and I seen him in Safeway, and he had Rocky the Raccoon, because they got him pretty good. Old Martin, he did me. He roundhoused, and he did a bow. He got him. Just connected with him. It disconnected with him is what it did. Oh no, don't worry. He won't be working. Oh, they hopped sing. See, because we never called the police back then. What are the police going to do for you, right? They were probably, some of them were probably, they were getting some of these kitty pictures. They were getting some of this, huh? Made my life look like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Nightmare on. I was living in the land of make believe. Had to. So that's, he was trying, in case there was ever a police report. Do you see there was no police report made? But somebody made a report. Somebody, somewhere, somebody must have called somebody. Because there was a report made. Why? Because Kent Hitchings, the one I believe pulled me over and said, "I'm going this way, you go that way," and I don't want to get too far into myself because boy, he was pissed, and when he found out it was me, if I'm getting this right, and he said, "You," and I said, "Oh, it looks like you did. You went ahead and did what you said. You are a state patrol. It's going to get worse. Let's have it, Steen." Well, I don't have a license. I have no insurance, and I'm wanted for driving unsuspended. And he's like, "I'm going this way. You go that way, and slow down." And when somebody made a complaint, Steen, there's something in here, and yeah, I kind of did the math, and after looking through your file, and I've got paper right there from these sons of bitches when they, "Oh, look at what we got, all your records right here. We don't see nothing." Like I said, all that aside, just that itself is a smoking gun, pun intended. It's always in threes, isn't it? State employee with state property at the state fair, and it surfaced. Beautiful photo. When you're light, a negative better get out your way. Because remember what light does to stuff that's already dead? Huh? Oh, yeah. Brings life to things that are living, alive and living. Death. But it's just a circle of life. See how he takes that which isn't? He turns that shit into fertilizer. Oh, it's beautiful. Huh? Tills the soil, plants the seed, but even he don't know how it grows. I can do this all day. You're in trouble. Lucy. So, reaping what we sow, knowing that piece of shit, that I had went to California and come up her and that supervisor because they were covering their ass. Well, it was in that file. All that paperwork. There must be 7 pounds, 9 ounces. Like I said, I forget. It's a boy. Neighbor's kid. Don't make me jealous. Just, if you have to, you use the keys to the city. Don't do that. It's just best to just keep it real. Because remember, see, that's the thing. People, what's the opposite of remember? They just say forget. People forget. Forget they're hiding. Even in front. To put on. To put on. To put on. Come and join the party. Won't you come and join the party? No, I'm not a cheerleader. But I'm really good at, quote, selling something I believe in. I used to have a job, not to get off track, but these things I do. You see, I've forgotten, are they green or they're blue? Anyway, what I really mean, those are the sweetest eyes I've ever seen. The Chevy dealership You know who hired me? Can't make this up. A Dawson. Yeah, a Dawson. He said, you'd make one of the best salesmen I've ever seen, man. Because you really believe in what you're saying. You're out there picking up trash every day. As the rest of the salesmen, they're out there throwing it as you're picking it up. They're laughing at you. They're in the observation, the big windows, they're sitting on their phones. And all you want is a mini, Steen. You don't care about the big. You just want a mini. You're showing them the secrets of the sticker price. You see, you're cutting through all the blue tape. Son, that's what I love about you. And even the owner, Mr. Gambling, Chevy up there. There's two of them heading up to the mountain. Greenwater, as it were. Me Gold, where me and Rhonda used to go. Fernandez, where she showed me how to shoot a bow. To stalk elk. And to be human. Be careful how you tread on me. You be cautious. Because I love you. But I will not be mocked. Ever. It's just better for you not to know than to know me and to continue to live the way you are. So all that paperwork, they sanitized it. Not one thing in there. Well, they sent it to me when I said, hey, man, when they called me up, they called me up after the statute of limitation was exhausted. Very prominent attorney that helped my troubled biological father, whom I was starting to really get close to. His dad, Bud, his sister. Wilma Davidson. And I was right there. They were doing all that to me. I wonder if she would have, if she knew, because she, I don't know how this woman, but then I don't know how my grandma Lois, very intelligent, owned many businesses, and hired most of my aunts and uncles to work in the malt shops, and I think she owned an A&W. They were roller skating up to the. How she would get caught up in a Ouija board, but then I dabbled with it for a minute, and then I seen, wow, this is a doorway to it uses your energy, because I was drained. I wondered what the heck is going on with me. People, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, because like I said, I'd already been, through that chapter, but I have to do this when I'm led to, just like filling you in on this Bob Brotherson situation, and led to go to Reading, which Ted was now married to, and I love Ted, the one adopted that had Pat, the one child that pulled the the deep fryer down on him. That's why I make sure all my knives are up. I got my corners are all padded, so when the kids are running, you don't. It was Springwood, not Greenwood. It was Springwood. It was Springwood, me gold. That's where that's where Alan Jones lived. Springwood. We called him Pig Farmer. I was in Echo with him. Pocock playing the guitar. That's where I was going with that. And then I got brought up with the Nancy deal. So the reason I said that is because when I was led to go back down to Reading, I didn't know that I'd even been there before. Because my mom, well, this is right after I got out of in 06, 07, after I come back from the when I left poor Joe high and dry, the chef there at the, and uprooted my family again, come back to turn myself in. That's really what was happening. Because I'll tell you the whole. I don't want to get too far in, but it's all just miracles. There's a reason I'm telling you this stuff, because I was led to go back down, and I didn't realize that Pat's mom, Ted Thurman, who his real brother, not the Mexicans whom adopted him, but him and Pat were I guess they were the only two. And his son pulled the deep fryer down. Which there's something to be learned about the whole thing. They had to fly him into Harborview and cut him as he was growing, and it hurt me. Their mom lived in Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Well, I didn't know that. But when you start to, and some of you already know, are like, wow, this is already getting real heavy. Oh, it's gonna be heavy metal. You want to talk about rock salt? We're fitting to seriously lay some serious track. So, a matter of fact, I might even take a little break and go make me some coffee. So it's all plays in, significant, completely significant. The Lord is just, his joy is really in the journey. So when I got back from that trip, from beating him up, getting out, or from, going to juvenile, my mom getting me out, going down, taking Bonnie back, my mom going to, because they ended up going to San Francisco for the day. Lester and Bonnie's mother, new husband, with my mom and her new husband. And I guess we stopped off in Anderson. And we did for like a couple weeks. And I was this couple girls that were hanging around. They were showing me some spiders, some black widows, and these peach trees and stuff. And I was amazed that these peaches were that big, that luscious, and that juicy. Growing in, we just didn't grow them. I didn't think we'd grow them like that in Washington. I was completely surprised. They thought, God, you're weird. It was 4th of July. It was 4th of July. That's right. I remember it was 4th of July. But I didn't know where I was. I just knew I was in California. We stayed 2 weeks down there. That was Pat and Ted's mom. In that camper. That later on, even in life, I had started, not too much later on. Because that camper stayed in the family because it was Fred's. It was Fred's camper. It's the one he used to have on the back of the Dodge Power Wagon that he put a lift on that for his busy bee that my aunts helped him make in White Center. Remember? And then I forgot to say they were on well, I don't want to get too far off track. I'll go back on that. They had magic lanes right down the road from their house. It's probably still there. Him and her and my dad, and they were on a league. Like I said, I used to scoot my feet across the carpet with a paper clip and shock people. And but anyway, so that all ties together. So yeah, um, um, he asked me about that. So there was, my point is, there was a record. It's no longer there. They waited till the statute of limitations was out because the state. I already know it was because these people were probably had their good intention. I looked into the guy a little bit. I don't usually do that, but I looked into the guy. But maybe not either because he's from Shelton. So the founder of this law firm is from Shelton, and I kind of was, wow, it's kind of a neat little story. Well, maybe you know, Shelton, another portal. So right there next to Olympia. Nothing to see there, pretty thin. But yeah, it's just they say, and there's that much. I literally have pounds of paperwork. That in itself is a crime. Let the dogs in, they're barking. So, pardon me, I didn't mean to blow your ears out. But when I hear them dogs, I don't have outside dogs here. If I did, they'd be like the 20 that Sue and her friends were talking about, and they take better care of them up there than. But I won't go there. That's all. That's a whole nother segment. Um. So yeah, just that in itself, it's just that alone. So yeah, they're all in on it, guys. They're all in on it. If it's got money attached to it and it's got a gold fucking toilet underneath it, it's they're. If you want to find a person's heart, well, look for their treasure. And if your feet, I mean, I could sit and just rip them all day. I mean, old John Crapper. I can just do this all day. I don't even have to write this shit down, man. It's effortless, really. But no, no, it's going to do it to itself. See, that's the beautiful thing when truth is becoming you. It's just comes apart at the seams. It has no. It's because it's like I'm melting. Just stop him, stop, please. And counting. Why don't you say just and counting, and counting? How many times is triumph in Revelations? Seals, plagues, spirits, churches. How many times? How many times must I tell you? I was just going to go into a song, but that how many times? How many times? Huh? She can wait. She said hi. I'll say hi to her. Not my deal. It's not my deal. I told you. 34, 30. That's. I don't choose the Lord will choose. I don't. I just become the right person. I don't go looking for the right person. I don't. No, no. No, 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 no. I can just look around as I'm doing these chores to keep a trail from happening up under my feet. But I see what that has gotten me. You see, I've learned my lesson, Einstein. I know what centrifugal law is. I know what the force to be reckoned with. The force, not a force. The force. You fools. Yeah. Every picture tells a story. Don't it? Don't it? Mm-mm. Yeah, I'm going this way, he said. I said, well, I guess I'm going that way. I'm sure he's going to remember that, what he read there. Huh? Where's it at? I seen it there. I'm a sworn-in officer. I wonder if he would put his hand on the Bible and swear to that. I don't know why he wouldn't. But you see, not one witness was called. Not one. Tick tock, tick tock. But they mocked me, though. When I went to go try to find another attorney, they called the other attorney and they mocked me. They're all in on it together. It's the bar. Never lower the bar. If need be, remove it altogether. Oh, it goes deeper than you think. There's a reason why that bar's there. The bar mocks you people, just like Uncle Sam mocks our poor soldiers. Did he just say that? He's anti-American. No, I'm anti-Luciferian. I'm anti-dragon. I'm anti-shenanigans. Brandy. You see, poor Brandy and your 9-year-old child. You're paying for that one. You're paying. And here's the thing. No, I'm not going to say that. No, I'm not going to say that. He's like, stop, son. Stop. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Mm-mm. No. No, there's still souls. Souls to be salvaged. Why? Why don't you? Michael, why not? Why don't you come, huh? Well, it isn't Michael's decision. Although our Heavenly Father, He's got His heavenly counsel for a reason. For a reason. I'll be out in a bit, bud. Mm-hmm. Yes, He does. He's got His heavenly counsel, and it's all in revision. That's all, folks. That's all, folks. Folks. Your coke came in and your sin, your lies. Folks, BGD, SOS, Vice Lords, Crips, Bloods. I don't know what the hell they got now. Silly rabbits. Silly rabbits. Well, what's that, Lassie? Timmy fell in the well? Well. When you see me, Mr. L, really, with a real good guttural laugh, you're going to go, this guy, he can lay it down, Norton. This guy, he's really laughing. He's not just smiling. This isn't a $1 billion smile. Greasy little smile, greasy little hair. Said, Lord, this must be my destination. Oh, yeah. And they're winners, and they're losers. That ain't no big deal. 'Cause a simple man, baby, pays the oh, but ain't that America? You and me, ain't that America? Something to see, baby, ain't that America? Home of the free, yeah. Little pink houses for you and me. Yeah, promote that one. This gobbling goo. That shit was tripe. That I love you, but that was bad, bad taste. And I love you, but that was just shit. But I'll get over it. It's just a matter of time. I always do. No, so that's that on the statute of limitations. And it was all the other people, a lot, whom I have not brought up because I'm not led to. And I know a lot of people. I know more than this law would allow. But it can't do nothing. It done all it can do now. It's hell, hellhounds on your trail, boy. They on your trail. Some people say, well, how did he get that poster up before he went through that shit show? Shawshank Redemption. How did he get that? Well, I've seen Poster Putty do some amazing things. Oh, Raquel. Oh, Raquel. Smells to high heaven. Raquel. He who throws the first stone. They just start dropping them. He who hadn't sinned. Can you imagine? People wonder. There it was, right there. Glass houses. Yeah, I used to pee in them bottles too, Stephen. They just dropped their stones. You just tell them every time, yeah, you slept. I know. I just all I had to do. My angels, they report to me. I'm omniscient, omnipotent. I'm all seeing. I'm everywhere. I'm all powerful. It's just there's many different facets to the wisdom that he gives us as people that seek his truth, and he happens to justify and use certain individuals in areas that only a lot of suffering and turmoil and things that could otherwise just destroy just any old person would be privy to this certain information and counting. There are more of us. I'm sure of it. Unless I don't know, maybe there's just a that undetermined number is still undetermined. Let's just put it that way. And until that's the case, well, remember what Miss Hall said? That is the case. This is the case. One account, one accord. Truth is the case. Is, was, and will forever be, Chief. It is the case. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end that for now because I'm led to, and I got some people here I'm gonna speak to. Let you have time to check this out. Don't go by what you see here. I used to say go by none of what you hear and half of what you see. I didn't understand why I used to emphasize that. But we pray for Brandy. We sure do. Millen tour the Brown family, which I'm going to get into next time because Kenny, I know, I know about, I know about Chucky. I know about Chuck, his dad. You see, Fred didn't know, Bubba. I'm so sorry. They got us too. It's okay. Fred didn't know. He wasn't like that. If he would have known, same thing that happened to Liz, Gary, and little Freddie for that wigwam heist. It's okay. Now, flowers. It's time you start drawing flowers now, Bubba. I know. I've carried that burden. I've traversed that crevasse. We stand at the precipice, at the face. You have a decision to make, people. It's in your face. They've been telling you all along. And here's the thing. It's just you haven't been seeing it because you haven't been seeking, knocking and asking. You see, even the demonic know how to give things, good things to their children. Remember Rosemary's Baby? When she was putting her breast milk. And the helper said, "Oh no!" She was going to put the spoon in it. And oh no, you shouldn't contaminate. Well, if you're just throwing it away, because she asked, "Why are you saving? Why? What are you doing with my breast milk?" At least she breastfed me, right? The Lord knew. The Lord knew. Satan knew also. He was going to use that. Remember, who is my mother? Who is my brother? He come to bring division. He came as a lamb. He's coming as a lion. He's returning, becoming. I know the pain, brother. I got you. I got you. I got you. You're not the only one, man. We won't get fooled again. Moves like Jagger. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right to get fooled. It's okay. It's all right. Just go and sin no more. Remember what he told her? And I guarantee you, she never slept around again. Just like Denise, I knew she was done, but I wasn't. And I would have done nothing but probably hurt her. She was ready to settle down and start a family. She'd already slept with all them people. Bigger wasn't better in her book, and she found out just how that rule of thumb worked. You see, Tawana had to explain it to me, and then in her own psychosis, because she had some real bad things happen to her, but I didn't know my picker was broke. All the times women were trying to pick up on me, I didn't know. I thought they were just being nice. She's like, that you're trying to pick. I said, what? Even the doctor, the Asian doctor, she put your foot in her cooter. Excuse my language. I'm like, what? I actually read the lady's mind. She's like, look, come home with me. You won't have to work. Just be my husband. You think I'm kidding? I'm not trying to make you jealous. I thought I was losing my mind, but there it was. And she's like, you don't know that she was trying to, those people, that girl on the bus, she was trying to, and I thought she was just insanely jealous. That's why every time I leave, if you're out screwing somebody, and I'm really not, I'm out fishing. I'm out fishing for men hunting. It's psychosis. For years, control. Men, be cautious. You're just trying to suck my life out of me. Yeah, if I could kill you, I would. But yeah, if I can't. So if I can suck just another second of your precious life so you won't co-seed the rest of Mother Earth. And hey, and don't read into that, unless, of course, that, you know. Oh, she taught me all right. She taught me exactly what I thought I knew about women. And she taught me a lot. Even in her psychosis, the Lord used her. See, he took that which it wasn't a gift. It wasn't a blessing. It was a dysfunctional curse that had been handed down from generation to generation. And when you're molested and raped by people, that's one thing. But when it's your own dad, it can really mess with your mind, especially when they're having you copy, perform certain acts and in making you ingest this stuff. It can really warp a little girl's mind. That's why I would never, ever, for the sake of my selfish ass flesh, use her as a cum bucket. Nor would anyone, you, my potential wives, and I believe I know who that is. But forced love is rape, so I'm just letting it be known, because that's how I got where I'm at now. That's how I'm getting where I'm going. And I'm not going to let any of you trip or snare me up along the way anymore. I work hard on maintaining my sobriety so that I could love you people and deliver a sound message, one that is heartfelt and is from our Father, because he loves you and he has extended his hand of grace. And a lot of us, we would have been, well, not us, but a lot of you'd have been left in the soup. And believe me, it ain't like a little frog that's sitting there waiting to boil, because it doesn't wait for it to boil. It has enough damn sense to get out of the swamp. Turning the frogs gay. Restless mouth full of lies gains popularity. They mocked you, and if they could have, yeah, just using your womb, just using you as a cum bucket. They don't care about you. They just, well, and you're not going to like this, is the effing you got as good as the effing you're getting? Well, is it? Tell me. How did it leave you feeling? Because I know what it's like to truly have an orgasm. To truly be in love and have it. See, when it says that you should pray together before you come together, it means that so your mind won't trail. Because when that crash happens, ain't nothing like it. But people worship that. And see, you've been robbed of all of that. Even when people say, oh, your Chamberlains. Oh, your Chamberlains. Because if you knew what I knew, you would have wrote a book about your first love, Uriah. You would have wrote about your first love. Because it would have blew your socks off. Because here you're out trying to find that nut secret squirrel. And look, look what you've done. Look what you've done. And all them women, oh, I slept with Wilt Chamberlain. You better get your shit together. You guys better figure this out. You've been given a real beautiful thing, and you go and he's watching. It's all, the angels are, they're giant. It's being videotaped, audio, in the highest definition, boy. I'm talking. It's people. And they don't even, you've slept with all these people and you don't even know what it is to come to have an orgasm. You've been robbed. And you're all going to mock. You're going to get a taste of what you're all going to get a taste of what you would have had if you would have just followed a few rules. You would have had it here, right now. See, that's what people don't understand. Oh, they love to mock you. And then they bust a nut in you, and then they call in the rest of the crew. Hey, homies. Well, hey, you got to take one for the team. This is part of the. All right, if I have to. They actually, and here's Truman, and they're buying it. I want to be a baller. I want to be a rapper. I want to have a. I want to have a. I want to be a baby mama. It's almost like there's this sick, twisted, false sense of notoriety for saying, I have a baby. I have a baby from a black person, from a street hood. Oh my God, are you serious? My baby daddy, my baby. That they just want to say my baby daddy. They want to say my baby daddy, my baby daddy. Well, where is your baby's daddy anyway? Where is he? Making shit like that? Don't do it. If your heart's in the right spot, you're good. But don't do it. My palm's itching. Money. It's money. You see, when you own everything, money's not an issue. When you are time, you're not afraid of what's coming. You're waiting for it. You see, you're either running from or to something. Another thing. Dreamweaver? You know how there's that on that jukebox? That same jukebox little Freddie had. That little Freddie, that tick tock, was in that trailer, in that camper when my dad was. Mm-hmm. He used to have a jukebox, probably worth a lot of money now. But it was really beautiful, and it was an older one back then because it played 45 records. And he used to listen to that damn ghetto all the time. And everybody loved Elvis back then. Matter of fact, my uncle, they all combed their hair like Elvis, the one that had the botched knee job. Him and my dad were real good friends. Fred. Everybody loved Fred. Can you imagine how hard it was for my biological father? But even he knew how good Fred was, and how, and really, she didn't deserve him, but we did. You see, I needed him, and the Lord allowed that to happen because I needed his tutelage. It's like I needed a mother, man, but they come here and there in the form of counselors, and just even that nurse, that doctor that was checking out that. And you know what? I was showing my son how to do a wheelie on a bike, and I crashed. And I went in, and she put me through the ringer with that old foot, and Tawana was sitting right there. And she was letting me know, hey, check this out, man. I don't see a ring on that finger, but I'll put one on it. And this doctor. And I could go on and on, but then I would be bragging. I could write a book about all the women, and I just thought they were being nice. There's so many times when I needed to, when I was in Happy Valley, when I needed so bad. It would have saved all my property, my candy business, everything. But it wasn't meant to be, I suppose. This one walked right up to me. She heard me and Mouth arguing. Yeah, Mouth. You remember when they took apart Fonzie's bike? Huh? They went in. He was forced to put it back together blind. Huh? Do you remember that? She heard me and Mouth going at it. And this beautiful, beloved angel of a woman, she had enough damn backbone to walk right up on me behind me. I'm still looking at shotgun shells. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, God, what the hell? And I've already put I've started giving my life to God. I started seeing miracles, and I'm thinking, God, why? Why? And he's like, son, you have to step out of this. This isn't of me. Quit feeling sorry for her. Yes, you know what happened, but you can't save her. The only way you can help her is to love her, is to get away from her, because she's going to take you down. It's like a drowner. Remember when a drowning victim, remember when you had to save your kids? Remember what he almost did to you? If it wasn't for me, you would have drowned. And I remember, I'll tell you some stories. I'm going to get too far ahead of myself. Well, she walked right up behind me. This beautiful, beautiful, and I'm not going to tell you what she looked like because you're going to get jealous. But let's just say her skin, yeah, boys of summer, all the way, baby. Right there, walked right up on me, and I mean on me. Breathing on me. Looking at what I'm looking at. Like she's looking at what I'm looking at. She might as well have had her head right here, letting me know, come with me right now. I'll get you out of this shit. He sent me so many. And I stayed in it because I didn't have any self-worth. And the enemy, and as she's reading books on psychological warfare, I wasn't getting it. I was literally, but the Lord used her just like as he did Judas, I'm sure, because I learned so much about women. And then my gift, it was able to, that's why she said, I'll kill you, because she knows exactly. That's why when we were swinging, I'm just going to tell you, she was like, oh, well, no, you can't do it. Well, what do you mean, man? That's what this is all about. Oh, no. Because they'll be up, well, because then all them bitches, they'll be wanting to try to hook up either when I'm at work. Well, then I guess we shouldn't be doing this crap. Then should we? Then should we? Huh? Uh-uh. But no, when that old coochie gets desensitized with all that ham hock, guess what happens? It's just like someone that's sitting there spanking Hank to this satanic, uh, uh, says she talks to angels, right? Desensitizes people. It desensitizes. It's all by design, man. Things aren't what they were designed to be. It's taken all this time for this sin to permeate through all the dough. It's over. I smell cigarette smoke. My neighbor, the wind is blowing, and I smell cigarette smoke. And they're over there a ways, but I can. That's how good. Mine's not. Nobody here smokes. That smokes my children. They don't. I don't. I've never really smoked around my. Unless I was drinking, like I said, I would. But then that'd be it. But anyway, so I was gonna end it right there with the stream. But see, this is what happens. So when your heart goes pitter patter, baby, when it's literally beating out of your chest, that's not a coincidence. Oh no, no, no. You'd have a better coincidence to go sitting on a lead toilet in alchemy. Yeah, was it? That was it. That was it. That was yeah. I know. But I was led to say it. I was led to say it. I was led to say it. Look, I didn't even. Oh gosh, is somebody getting this? You don't. You really don't want to mess with God's chosen, do you? Is that really what you guys really want to do? See, you guys know you don't. Even the Luciferians, even they even don't mess with me. They won't even mess with me. And after today, the revelation I got today, I'm going to be a little more bold. I'm still going to be nice and kind and considerate. Now that's going to matter perspective. But after today, oh yeah, Papa, oh Papa. After today, yeah, I've earned them all. I've earned all my stripes. I've earned all my scars. All of it. Yeah. So I got you back, Kenny. Kenny Brown. I love you, and I really enjoyed coming to see you. I was broken. Your brother, he helped me so much. And your beautiful sisters, Renee and Sarah. I loved all you guys so much. Nick and Chris Munden. Oh, I'm gonna can't wait to tell you a miracle about Chris before the dragon sent me off for the 10-year sentence or the 84-month sentence. Before it's gobbling goo right now, but I got some stuff to tell you about. See, I've known Kenny. I've known him since I was very, very young, since before I can remember. Grew up with him right there, Saltwater Park. Used to climb the cliffs. Cliffs. Oh yeah, roast all that seafood on the kelp. Catch monster salmon, sea run cutthroat. Oh, it was, man, it was a blast, man. We had a blast. And the Lord told me, he said, son, you're going to fly off this cliff one day. I said, there's no way. I'm afraid of heights. And I really don't believe in you anyway, because if you were real, I mean, come on, you would have never taken my dad from me, my best friend, my protector, right? No, son, you're going to soar with these seagulls, just like bad company. See, bad company corrupts good character. Lead me to Messiah. Seagull, go on and fly. Lead me to Messiah. Seagull, you fly across the horizon into the misty morning sun. Nobody asked you where you are going. Nobody knows where you're from. There is a man asking the question, is this really the end of the world? Seagull, you must have known for a long time the shape of things to come. Now you fly through the sky, never asking why, and you fly all around till somebody. Yeah. Seagull, he said, just like you were soaring before Godzilla said, what you doing, white boy? I said, I'm flying, I'm a bird. You can't fly 4 eyes. Just like Crossroads, remember? Huh? You remember? Wax on, wax off. Remember? Snatches the pebble. Remember? Why Chain Kang? Remember? Or not? So, bad company, good character. How will I know what good character is? I mean, how am I going to know what bad company is? How? Judge not, yet you be judged. For in the same measure it's judged you, it'll be judged on. For how could you say to your brother, you have a speck in your eye, when you the whole time have a plank in yours? You hypocrite. First, keyword, first, remove the plank from your own eye, so you can see clearly enough. Oh, here, let me remove that for you. Remove the speck from your brother's eye. Don't throw pearl to swine. Pearl. Pretty thin. And don't give the children's bread to the dogs. Well, won't even the dogs get the crumbs? The master's table. The sweetest song is silence that I've ever heard. Funny how your feet in dreams never touch the earth. The sweetest song is silence. You want to find a person's heart? Look for their treasure, baby. Rubber baby bubby bunker, or rubber baby buggy bumpers. Yeah, rubber baby buggy bumpers, rubber baby buggy bumpers, rubber baby buggy bumpers. Remember that one? We used to go to bumpers. It was a disco deal. Remember that, bro? Well, anyway, don't worry, Kenny. I got you. I got you, and I appreciate your whole family, Nick Munden and all that. Because once I get rocking and rolling, let's see. Well, we're at I don't even know. I don't even know what time. I think 2:51. I don't know. So, because once I get rocking and rolling, the saltwater park, because I got to go back, I got to get that. There's that loom. We're blending. We're all melding. Anyway. No, not anyway. There's only one way. Don't let them tell you, though, not all roads lead to Rome. Nope. Well, I don't know. It's only 6:40. You know that, guys? It's only 6:40 and it's quiet. And I'll take it because it's not really quiet around here. There's usually, like I said, there's different schedules going on. And, those portals are open and rocking. They're smoking. They're rocking and rolling. If you could look at the meter, that thing is, it's like a, it's like something out of the Roswell. It would fly off the damn pole. I mean, this bill, you wouldn't believe. We've been chasing that damn bill. If she could, boy, she'd hit me in someone else's name. I'll tell you that. Oh, I can tell you, man, money. It's like money in some people's pockets. It's like sand in there. They just gotta get it out as quick as possible, and it's just the craziest thing I've ever seen. Well, I'll tell you, I've seen it destroy a lot of people. That old that way that this reckless buying, emotional eating, drinking alcohol to try to, and it's just like when you promiscuously sleaze around. You wake up kind of in the same way I woke up. Like, chow time. You go, how did I get here? You always wake up feeling guilty and lonely, just like shit. And if they promise you all this stuff. Yeah, man, baby, I got what you were looking for. Come on, man. Let me show you what this is on. Come on, don't you want to be with me? Come on, man. Let me show you. I always want to be with me. Come on. Remember, I grew up 1211 East Alder. Remember when I said I would only eat candy if it was in a black wrapper? Now, I didn't try to make you jealous. That's the truth. People know me know that's true. I didn't realize, though. You see? Why? Those kids. What, did you slip my kid a piece of... My kid, they don't even look at me. I didn't know either. The enemy will use things against you. He don't want you to know what you're fixing to become. And if no one else can kill you, the only thing you can do, because you got free will, is eliminate yourself. And apparently nothing else is taking you out, You come to snuff the rooster, and when you look at the thing in the jar, see, there's some significance. See, I know most of the band, if not all of the band member. I grew up In Burien, they're from West Seattle. I was born in West Seattle, King County. I know Mike Starr. I know Mac Jordan. I know Brock. I remember when they were in Sato before they were even Alice in Chains. I know Lane. I know all of them. I know the. Well, I'm not even going to say. I know Queensryche in ways you couldn't imagine. Hart, all of them. Metal Church, all of them. Every one of them. I can just go on and on and on. Wait till I tell you the story about that. Did I tell you the story about the Kurt Cobain? Did I tell you about that? That there was only the thing. See, I don't go back and watch my deals, and I didn't write it down. The Kurt Cobain thing that I sold, and the guy looked at me, and I wanted to. I was like, "You dirty sucker!" That real rare piece I had. That there was only 3 made from University of Washington. I think I already told you. I knew Kurt. I know people that know him that used to feed him when he lived up under the bridge. Very reserved young man. They killed him, by the way. They that broad, she was bad company, corrupts good character, man. It pays to know your creator, because once you know and you incorporate him in your, well, then, because if you want to hear God laugh, tell him your plans. And that's why, with the Alex thing, the Lord he's like, son, you're not going to believe what I'm fixing to do here, and I'm going to use you to do it. And I said, no, there's no way. But now I don't even second. I do not question my Father. I'm going to tell you that right now. Knew it had behooved me 1, 2, 3 times, and the world is going to know. And see, that can be used many, many different ways. So that owl, see, an XCL, that's a good thing. Did you know that Mr. Rogers did all his own? Huh? Well, he had a swastika on his chest. No, he didn't. You people are tripping. XCL, but yet they go and they're down there at the bathroom down there at, you know, old Axel Grease Gardens. Axel Grease. I've been sitting here trying to get in here, man, and I'm trying to break this story. And here's what's happening right now. As soon as these cameras go down, I'm sneaking in around the bush here, and I'm going to go ahead and blow some Twinkies. Yeah, this tiger, I got it by the tail. You should see what I've witnessed this guy looking at on his woo-wee. Oh, it likes them. It likes them, them freaks of nature. And I mean, oh yeah. And I shouldn't, because but if you knew what I knew, there's no turning back for these people. Don't. There's a difference. We're not talking about people that we should be praying for. We're talking something else going on here that you are. You'll find out, though. Like that. That's the beautiful thing. Everything's gonna, and then you're gonna be able to say, "Oh man!" But hopefully, it won't be too late. God, if he was telling me the truth, I guess. Well, when the truth has gotten you as far as it's gotten me, and all you are, well, Jesus, God, I'm still writing stuff down, Mr. Steen, and for the love of God, I wish you would just stop. You remember old Bill Cosby himself, huh? Bill Cosby himself, huh? Push them out, shove them out, way out. They're just sitting there singing songs because he let them have chocolate cake. Dad is great. Give us the chocolate cake. Hey, Pope Pops. It's made with real milk. Do you know he never cussed one time? He didn't have to. The guy was he was a comedian. He didn't even have to cuss. He didn't have to blow the whole thing up. You notice how, like, people like certain, let's say, well, I shouldn't say any names, but let's say Eddie Murphy. Oh, he's the greatest damn rapper. But look at all you take away all the damn take away all the cuss words. What do you have? What do you reduce to? Shit. Really? Now Pryor was pretty funny. Can you imagine? Hey man, like have a cigar. Hey man, let me light my pipe off your shoulder. Just sit still real quick, will ya? Quit moving around. Reminds me of the guy that socked me in the throat when I was. Oh gosh, is somebody buckled up here? Are you getting this stuff? Somebody writing this down? Are we having fun yet? It gets better. It gets better. So Yeah, I should go make some coffee. I really probably should. But gosh, it's like feeding those gremlins. I'd have to take an aspirin. I don't like popping pills, but I'd have to do so because I get a headache right away, instantly. If I want to give myself a headache, I drink coffee. I drink coffee when I get it. I drink Christian crack. Like they used to call it, oh, Steen. Hey, brother, man, I'm out of tea. Oh, man, we got you covered, man. You need some Christian crack? Christian crack. Well, here, after I get done taking a hit of the meth pipe, I'll go get you a couple days. Okay, well, you know. Oh, shit, the shit I've seen in prison. It's beautiful. God, to actually just live out a truth and to see all those people going, wow, man. And some of them too prideful, you know, but might have cost them their life. Probably would have, but they would have gained eternity. And probably not, because you see, Satan, he's losing his luster. All this stuff, they're threatening you because it wants you to be scared so you won't go out there. Even though the whole thing it's a waste of time. I didn't want you to go because I already know. I know what's going on. You ain't helping anything except people that are seeking encouragement through your boldness by stepping out in faith. Now, if it's by just pride and ego, well, it's almost like fasting because you think you're fat and you think you're doing a spiritual fast. Wrong. That's not it. For the same reason I wanted to take a hit of that weed. Oh man, oh at dawn. I can't even write these people in prison. They aren't even letting me write them anymore, these little fags. And I don't mean that. I love most of my faggot people. But these, it's cut off and thrown into the fire, bundle of sticks. I mean, come on, you can't make this up. If you want to hit that, God, it really smells good, man. But I want to stick to he said, and the next day, he said, I really apologize, Steen. I didn't mean to do that. I said, no, bro, don't feel bad. I said, don't feel bad at all. I said, it's going to happen in life. I'm fixing to, as soon as I win this, I'm going to go home. I got to walk right into the Viper's den. Little memory lane there. So I said, I needed the sharpening. The very next day, they called me on for a UA. The next day. I have so many examples of this, and I never had one dirty UA the whole 18 months that they were sucking the spiritual life out of, or the sucking the sweat, blood, sweat, and tears out of me for, the fire trails and planting trees, and they weren't going to let all that hard-earned money they used to educate me as a young buck, and I cut my teeth on an 032 steel chainsaw. They weren't they look, they might have sanitized my records, but they kept enough of it to know that this dude just won his appeal and we need to get him out to the forest. But it was great because I love being out there. And was a lot of faith being established. Oh, I can't wait till I get to that. God, we got so much. I'm so excited for us, you guys. I really, really am. I am genuinely excited to be alive. And you, most of you that know already, you are also. Because this, we've already won. We got this. Stay triumphant. Truth trumpeteers. That's what this is. It's the whole idea, man. Do you want life? Do you want prosperity? Well, it starts with truth. It all starts with that man in the mirror, or woman, or human. That's what it is. I'm sorry, my beloved women. Oh, there's a reason. He's seen him. It's not good for man to be alone. Now, my heavenly is giggling right now because, see, our heavenly creator, he has a sense of humor. You don't think he doesn't? He created us in his image. When you see me roll, I can laugh. When you see me laugh, you're going to try to get me to laugh. I'm almost certain of it because I get everybody else to start laughing just because of, and they don't even know what I'm laughing about. They just start laughing because I can't. I'm like a spastic, hysterically laughing, but not like a lunatic. See, there's a difference. So don't worry, Kenny. I got